Hello and welcome in, everybody. Yes, looks like everything is working properly. Brain already is just like, I did not get the best of sleep. And thank you so much for the follow, Queen Never Gonna Die. Got me right before I actually got over here. Brain, yes. So I did a little bit more on the hair physics. I just got the angles, not physics, just the angles of these big bunches, and I got the ribbons there as well. There's a little bit I want to fix here with the ribbons, I think. Where they, like, if you watch these ones here, when we go this way, it feels like they're kind of like shrinking downwards a bit, and it becomes more noticeable when you're doing the whole wiggle. So I kind of want to fix that. But I'm not sure how much of that is actually that part, or if you look at this piece, that piece looks like it's going upwards. And it shouldn't be. So both of those pieces need a little bit of help. And then again, this side is just copy-pasted from that side, so we'll just fix this side and then probably flip it over. And then while I could do physics next, I think I'm going to do the bow and maybe even the ears as the next things on there. But generally feeling kind of like low energy in general and tired because our cat woke us up at like 5:30 in the morning. The other thing I did was I got a lot of the body parameters just set up. Let me move over here. So before, everything in here was just like loosely in there, and now I at least have things like kind of contained. Yeah, we've got like, this is just this big chest bow piece. Shoulder and collar. Yeah, the shoulder collar. Oh, where is that shadow? Arm collar. This should actually go in with this guy because you're the collar fabric. Okay, and then that's part of the toggle too. Okay, because that's the other thing I did was I got the toggles set up as well for the outfit swaps. So we've got, look, the toggles always lag the first time you try to use them. So we've got the hair bits, and then the outfit. There we go, come on. Because I think if this has a shadow, it's a different shadow. I actually don't think it does have a shadow. Because that's the shadow for the arm robe, which, the sleeves here aren't supposed to be on for this one, but yeah, so that's its shadow, and that's the shadow of the collar. I don't think these ones have a shadow, though. Could be wrong. I'm just to curse a little. Yeah, I don't think they've got, a shadow. Which is fine, they're kind of like a weird ribbony thing. And if I really want to give them a shadow, I can fake it. Yeah, so we've got our outfit swap, which, well, let's get, the bow? Head bow. And where are the ears? Ears. Turned on. So that way you can see as well with this, the little wings pop up as well around that. And then we also have the two different types of ears. Which the bear ears really get lost behind all of that here. I'm thinking, because I wanted to do the bow and the ears, I think we should do the ears first. That way it'll be easier to see them. Compared to if the bow's there, it's going to be taking up a lot of our space. Yeah, so we're probably going to do the ears first. But we wanted to do a little bit of minor fixing with these guys. Because, yes, the ribbons, I believe I have them in two separate. Yeah, so this is the XY for that one, that's the XY for that one, and then they do have a together. Is together doing anything? It is not. Okay, but I can grab them both together. It was going... Okay, so even there I see it just a little bit. The bottom one's fine. It's like anything. The bottom one looks like it's crunching a little bit. Come on, is there top guy? I think. Yeah. Just grab it this way. Make this a little smaller. It just feels like it's moving the way it should be. So that feels a little better. This one. So that felt like it was kind of crunching when it should be. Okay, that seems better. Now we're gonna go up because this is where it was really. I think for this I'm gonna just grab both of them and go into distort. I think really it just needed like a little lift. Not just a little lift, it's a whole bend, however. A little lift I think helped a smidge when it comes to the edge. Okay, so I do like that, but I think here, start with this one. It's really that it's just like curving downwards too much. Bottom part's feeling a little better. Top needs. That feels a little better. We've got a little bit of a pinch there that I don't. Okay, yeah, see, that's looking better for that one. Okay, so now this one. This one also kind of feels like it's supposed to be more that way. Okay. With that one, I think I'm going to leave alone at this point because it's mostly looking okay. Except for this little spot right down here. It's getting more narrow when it should have been. So now that feels a lot better. That was like the main spot that it was giving me a weird feeling. Now I just want to find this piece of hair. I love being able to right-click things to find them. My goodness, it's so helpful. Okay. Oh yeah, I also wanted to redo the Z angle because something about it just didn't feel right either. Okay, this might be a distortion down kind of situation. Move you down a smidge too. I think we need to move you inwards a smidge. No, too far in. Smidgen back. Just gonna hit OK on that. I'm gonna grab that manually right there. Kind of a shape issue. And then here, we're looking at it from here. Yes. Up to. Okay. Let's go that way because it feels like it's a jumping forward for that. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, and now though, we gotta make sure that it looks good here. For the most part, yeah, that's looking okay. And that one's looking okay. It's crunching down a bit too hard here. Let's just pull it out a little bit. Okay, let's put those back a smidge. I think just this one. Maybe that one. And that bounce. Alright, I think that's looking a little better. About as good as I think I'm gonna get it, at least. Yeah, now we're gonna move on to probably the bunny ears. I'm excited for the bunny ears. Let's do some regular posing for a little bit. See if we spot anything super funky. Take some sips of coffee. I do think I'm gonna make the face a little chunkier on the sides. I think I kept it shallow because the shading layer was actually kind of small, but like I can easily stretch that. I just was working with what it was like at the time, but I feel like when we turn to the side here, I feel like this should probably go like back a little more. Feel a little more rounded. So that's something I will probably fix at some point. I think we're ready for the bunny ears. Go ahead and turn on our bunny ears. Where are they at? Ears. Ooh. Okay, and then bunny ears toggle is all that exists. Right, these are reflectable, so I was just gonna do one ear at a time. I'm gonna keep that one there though, because when we're doing physics for it, with how close they are, we want to make sure we don't bend too far that way, at least not at the same time as the other one. So we can probably do something with like mouth X, where like they'll both tilt to a side. We'll see. And then, yes, I had done this with the art mesh to try to make it easier to bend it since it is a single piece. And then I've got all these line deformers on it that I can hopefully get some good shaping stuff going on. Hopefully. Okay. However, so this is the toggle. If I'm doing one by one, I'll do right, bunny, ear, XY for this 8. And then inside of that one, we're gonna do one more. We're just gonna go ahead and do the right, bunny, ear, P for physic. Question is, actually, do I want to do deformers or do I want to do rotation guys? I think I want regular deformers. I can use rotation above the physic and then move it downwards. Or just use the other thing within the other thing, because that's a lot of English, I'm sure, for you guys. 1014? Yeah, 1014 feels better. Or square shapes. I decided I'm actually going to put the XY in one, so that way it's easier to tell when I'm going this way where both of them are going to be, because if I do it poorly, then when I try to do the flippy thing, I think it would look bad. I don't know. I'm guessing here. Everything's a guess. But that's because it needs to get smaller. I'll go back to trying to do just the one at a time. Aspect, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm just kind of super focused today. Trying to get the start of these ears going. I haven't done physics on the big mesh of hair yet, because I figured that would be really distracting actually when trying to do the ears, and there's a big bow that goes on here too. Let's drag it this way, that's easier, because I keep dragging it up and down a little bit, that's making it harder to actually tell what's happening. I think maybe a little more of a push on that. Less of a push on that. I think it was actually turning a bit too much. I got it going right this way. Delete that ear. Control E. Put that ear back. Put the deleted ear back. I'll make sure that they line up first. They do not line up, do they? Yeah, because that one's way over there. Oh, okay. It's because we were on the angle. That's why. If I take this... Well, let me take this one. Just screen you... the red. That way... Let me fade this one and now we can actually see the other one. Yeah, so they're lined up well. Okay. I can delete the base ear, what I call garbage. Hello. Delete. Thank you. Alright, now, how do they look together? Oh, I didn't reflect the, blends. Reflect. There we go. Because the blends don't, show up on the reflect menu, so that part isn't reflectable that way. Here, 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 here. Okay, so I feel like on this angle that actually needs to get smaller here, and maybe the entire inside needs to tilt a bit. So if we go this way, I feel like just grab the regular brush. So I feel like this whole corner kind of just needs to go in. And then all of this needs to zoom in a bit more so it looks more thing. Yeah, see, that helps. Okay, and then the other thing is the ear tips. I need that one to go down a little bit and that one to come up a little bit. So we're gonna just kinda... I think for that, maybe I can just kinda go like this. Nope, not like that. This angle. I wanted you to come down a smidge. I need to go up a smidge. No idea if that helped. Hold on. Okay. That's that one. Looks like it's too. I think what we'll do this side. I like the pointiness to go up. So. Way. It was more so just need to go to the right. Okay. Now this one, we'll delete you again. Control C, Control V, reflect, reflect that, yes. And then we need to reflect that. Okay. So their shape in the turning feels good. I think together though, they need to move like a little bit more over. So if we grab just the X and Y, rotate, pull it forward. Let me open it here and see. Nope, that was way too far. Definitely way too far. A tiny smidge instead. Nope. Double check. Oh, if anything, hold on, grab just that part. Oh, if anything, it's going too far in that direction. Okay. So let's actually pull that back then. Okay, maybe back a little more. It's hard to just look at this and see it with how much of that is changing since I can't turn both at the same time. There, but in here we can. Okay, maybe back just a tiny smidge more. I think I like that. It's a maybe. This way actually feels mostly fine, honestly. Just the way it is. This way... maybe it's moving too much. Okay, this guy. So I'm gonna just push in a smidge. And then this way. I do want it to get bigger than it was. Oh, that did not do much as I feel like that might be part of what it is. It feels like it's moving downwards and it shouldn't do that. Now it feels like it's moving upwards. Going that way for this one here feels better because it's not going as drastically, and this way also feels fine. Okay, so again we're going to delete that earball. Let's go back to neutral. Easier to see what's happening that way. Control C, Control V. Reflect. Do that part too. And let's reflect on the angle. Obviously I'm breaking that because I'm just moving it too fast. But we have made a progress on X on these ears. Fantastic. Next up, time for Y. And again, we're just doing one ear at a time. Boop. Okay, so technically you're going to move down. perspective of squishing. And down this. Okay, so it does, just generally speaking, need to pull down even further, it looks like. It's not moving enough. Eat. Bunny, bunny, bunny ear, bunny, bunny, bunny ear. Might be just a bit too much now. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe if we just kind of do something like this. Maybe if it was taller. Okay, I feel like about to have an ad break. So I might actually grab myself a little snack real quick. It's funny, I'm still like halfway across the room and it's like, hey, I'll pick up your tracking now. I'm like, I'm still walking here. Yes. The head break is over. I'm back. Let's put these ears back on. And keep on rolling. We're trying to get this Y motion going. Which, how the ear doesn't like quite connect there at the bottom, I'm not worried about because there's going to be that big bow in the way, you know? I think overall the motion seems fine for the Y. We might do, again, some of the blending on the texture. Going this way. Like... Really, this should just get smaller, you know? That's about it. I just feel like this... A little bit of texture area. I feel like it's getting smaller. And then going this way, perhaps it gets bigger. And it's mostly like at the tip point that I feel like we'd get this, since it's going to be the furthest moving object. So it's going to here, and move our angle. Okay, way too much on that side. It looks like it's deforming. This way feels mostly okay. Now there's a little bit of like this spot right here feels a little. I'm going this way. You had too much motion. Let's put you back in just a little bit. Or honestly, let's just go back to the default. Okay, and we'll just push ever so slightly. Well, that's... Yeah, if I do that one too much, it's actually pushing the right top part. Well, actually, I think we'll pull the outside in. Angle Z. Yeah, maybe the one part there should go. It's this piece. So instead, I'm gonna do like this. Yeah. Alright, so Y. Okay, and X. Alright, let's get this guy. Let's also get our extended interpolation set up. That always makes life a little better. And then let's get some corners made, which I'm sure are gonna look so fabulous. Yep, look at the joy that is that. How exactly does that always end up so weird? Alright, let's turn off our other bunny ear though, so that's a little easier for us to see these corners. Let's start this way, I feel like. So we're gonna go upwards. Let me do that one as well. Give me a better idea as to what it's fully looking like. Let's get our distortion on. Oh, that's a time. We're going too far that way, it looks like. That looks a little better. That side looks like it's going up too high. That might be it. At least close. Let's hide it, get a better look at it. Up, down. Okay, okay. Don't quite like the shape that's happening inside of the ear. I think, honestly, let's go to you. Like, that does seem to add something there. It doesn't seem to add anything there. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take this guy and let's put the neutral back. Okay, if anything, I feel like the tip there feels like it's going too far. Maybe the whole ear feels like it's going too far. Here. That might be good for that corner. Now let's go down to this corner. You need to go this way. Ooh, hello. Not what I asked for. You're going too low there for our X turn. That's a bit better. The lines. Might need to go more that way. Hard to tell because like that feels so weird. Maybe I just need to refix that corner completely from scratch. Check that. Because that feels completely weird. Hold on. Let's just start the corners over again. They're feeling extra weird. Extra funky. Here, just to see how crazy it looks. Our fairy cursed corners. Indeed. Let's just try standard dragging around before we start going all crazy. Dragging it solidly its current shape to where we think it kind of fits. There, it's definitely too far over that way. But I like clearly need to go back. Start tilting it in any way, shape, or form. I think down just doesn't go down far enough at all. Yeah. We're gonna go back to here. All of you getting pulled down. Touch. And I think maybe it's too much. Okay, now I should really just need to like tilt it because like here it should be going towards the back. Here it should be going forwards. But I have snackies to eat. Snackies being eggies. I think I'm being dragged into making lunch early. Hold on. I'm gonna have to get up one more time because the dog goes outside. But after that, should be for a bit. So that's an odd shape it's choosing to be here. Like it should be curved in that way. It should be kind of doing like a that way curve. So that down a little bit, I think. Alright, and then let's do proper distortion, I think. I feel like that might need to go down. Not quite that much though. Okay. Maybe more like this, so that it feels like it's rotating downwards. Maybe undo all that. Let us start with the distortion, shall we? Okay, it does feel like this needs to come forward a bit, and that would go back some. Okay, and then that also just kind of gets our curve to be more in the correct position too. Yeah, I think maybe I should have distorted before I started trying to mess with curves. This still feels like it needs to go down. Still not that far though. Keep overdoing it. Maybe not. Maybe it's the other side that needs to go down. Oh my goodness, doggo, stop. Maybe slightly more out there. Okay, so now maybe a little more like this, and then I gotta let the doggo in because she'd get mad. Let's see, how's that look? That looks okay. I think maybe the bottle needs to go right a bit more. Yeah, I think we need a little bit more of an angle happening here. Could actually just be to do something. Nah. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Funny ear. Alright. So this way meow. That part feels a little better. Okay. Also, I was thinking we might want to make a toggle for the bow so the bow can be on and off. And then we'll be able to see more of the bunny ears if people choose to do that toggle. People would be normally chat, because normally I personally would make that a thing. Like a channel point redeem kind of thing, personally. Alright. So I still generally like this. I do think though that like this needs to come down a bit. I wanted to retain control structure. I think if this comes down a smidge, will look a little better this way. Yeah. Okay, and then I think maybe that needs to go in too, actually. Yeah. Only thing is that this feels like it should be curved and it's not. We do that. There we go. That's looking better. And this section still needs to get fixed, but yeah, we're making progress. I feel like maybe this should get curved in. They're funny shaped ears, after all. Yes. Yes. Most likely. Well, that shape seems to be caused by this point right here, perhaps. Let's just grab... No, I don't want a selected point. I just want the whole thing. I just kind of want to push a little Diane. You're just a little pointy and I don't want you to be. Great. Yeah. Go. Bam. Do. We want this way. And when I was just looking at it a second ago, it definitely looked like the bottom here just needed to go back. I'm sure more than that needs to happen, but like that was definitely a big thing, was that looked like it was in the wrong place, and then that also. That's not backwards, and this should feel like it's curving forward, I feel like. Yeah, it's not what's currently happening. That might be more accurate, I feel like. I do think that needs to come down a bit. Okay, and then a Y. Yeah, that doesn't feel bad. Like that. Open it up this way. Okay, maybe tilt that a little more. Okay, and then I think, yeah, I wish I could get that part to something like this. Oops. No. I think that's the best I'm gonna get personally off of a single layer piece of gear. Because like if it was more separated, and like even if like this shiny bit here, gradient part was separated, I could like pull it back to make the angle look a little more convincing. But it's all one layer. So I can't quite do that, do much with it. Make that feel more convincing. And then this one actually doesn't feel too bad. If anything, my concern is this is going forward, so this needs to go forward to kind of match with it when it gets pulled together. That is going to be sitting next to that, you know? And then otherwise it does feel like it's kind of going downwards. And it shouldn't be feeling that. Excuse me. It's too late now, but I just had a thought on how I could have done the corners at the same time. I I could have done, like, copy pasted this ear after I did the corners, and then, like, done this side with both of them, and then taken the copy, reflected it back, merged them, and then, would have had both sides done at once, and actually been sure that it looked okay together. Oh well. A little too late for that thought process. Okay, so this one's gonna be kind of tilty that way. I want this one to do similar. I'm looking at this. I feel like the bottom's what needs to come forward a little bit first. That's gonna come up too. Maybe you down a little. My neck is not happy. I think overall you feel like you're going down too far this turn. But apparently that feels more correct. Like you are shrinking to some extent, you are moving away from us. Okay. Yeah. These corners, I might have to do a little bit of draw order stuff to make sure that they sit well if they end up overlapping, and if it looks good with the overlap or not. I have to see. Well, let's hit okay on that and see how bad that looks. Yeah, it does feel like it still needs to tilt back some. This way and up. I think it still needed to tilt back some. Not the bottom part. Let's put that back. I think maybe it's just the top more so. Okay. Okay. Doot doot. Let's see. Our other ear was turned off. Our other ear gets deleted. Bye bye, other ear. Control C. Control V. Select. Select. Okay. Okay. I'm going here and reflect our X blend. Okay, not the Y blend though. Y blend will be fine. Let's go in here and see. Oh. Okay, so really it's only this downwards angle that we've got like a bit of a weirdness happening with how they're situated. You know what I think I might do? I think I might move the, well, I don't really want the art mesh stuff on the actual thing because that's going to make doing physics more complicated, I think, too. Alright. Excuse me. I had like a weird hiccup burp. Alright. Grab this regular guy here. This feels like it also just kind of needs to a little bit. And then this direction, the same thing. It just feels like this doesn't have enough of a curve happening down here. like it's pointy with the group. Also needs to come down a little. This way, I feel like we, again, just need to get closer. And then down here, actually kind of feels like they should be touching. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now, let's look at it in here. Okay. Makes it easier to see what we're doing when we just put both things on, doesn't it? Like this, I think. We went too far because we didn't consider the blend shape before. Okay, I think just directly on this part here as well, we would back in a little bit. Okay, for some reason on the down, we've like completely lost the sense of a curve on that guy, so let's get that back. Okay, well now it's too curved. Whee! I just feel like all that was just wrong. Hello! Come in. Yeah, having a good time. Just really focused in. We're working on these bunny ears on this, and I got a little distracted here in the physics window. I knew something about putting a little bit of angle X into your Z motion. Make it a little smoother looking. Eee! You hit the snooze button. There we go. Nappy, welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid! Of course, you did that like right as it was like giving me the yellow warning of the ads, but I managed to delay that for a moment, so in like 5 minutes we'll get those ads, but for now we won't. But thank you so much for the raid, Neffy. I forgot you were live, honestly. I was like, what's Neffy doing so early in the morning? Right, you did an early morning one. Gotta run, have to end stream, do the stuff. Yeah. You go ahead and run. Thank you so much for the raid, though. I appreciate it and hope everything goes smoothly. I saw your Blue Sky tweet? I don't remember which one that you were gonna have to end when you had to go help with some stuff. I hope that goes well. Let me give you the shout out. Did I spell that right? I made uppercases, and while I don't think that should make a problem, I'm just gonna fix it anyways. There we go. That should be it. But welcome in, everyone. I am Lunecra. I don't really know what my raid intro is at this point because like it used to just be like cozy gamer, but like as you can see I'm not really gaming, I'm rigging and I'm trying to figure out a new thing. Brain. Yeah, I'm Lunecra. I'm doing some rigging at the moment. I do like to play cozy games. I'm also a mom. My youngest child is home and he likes to interrupt streams regularly. So, yeah. But we've been working on this today. We only have physics on the front hair here. The back hair doesn't have physics because I didn't want them distracting while I'm still working on all the other stuff that's on the head. Because we have these bunny ears going on, but next is going to be these bear ears that have zero motion. They get the Z angle because they're just inside the head. We got that at least, but they don't have any of this motion. They just stay there. We got that. And then I don't have a toggle for it here because it's just turned off at the moment. But there's also a big bow that goes on top of this. And then obviously we're gonna have to do ear physics for these ears and the bear ears. I think we'll go ahead and get the XY of the bear ears real quick. And then we'll start working on ear physics. Because I really want to make these bunny ears twitch. I'm excited for them to do twitchy things. Part of me wants to just go ahead and start it now. But something about the way the turn is here. I don't quite like it, but at the same time, I know with the bow in the way it won't be a problem. Which this is just a practice chibi by the artist up here, Sandrina. Sandrina Art. She made this as something for people to practice rigging with, and it has more complex parts than a lot of the other things I've rigged going on, especially with how many pieces of hair there was. And this is only one hairstyle. We have another hairstyle I haven't rigged yet. Come on, swap it. Oh, it doesn't want to, because I do have a hair swap on my tracking. Hold on. We change this to being off. I'd have to swap my actual model's hair too. But yeah. This is the other hairstyle there, which I got the back hair loosely. I just grabbed the motion off the other one, but I'm gonna have to do it again. And then there's 3 little hairs over here. It was not a free asset for practice. It was like 25 USD. But I really like her art in the first place, and I really wanted to mess with it because I kind of want to get her art for myself if they ever manage to open things again. But it was a pretty cheap price for a practice model, honestly, because a lot of people won't do that at all. And again, it is pretty complex, so yeah, I didn't clarify that. I have worked with plenty of free practice models because my first one was actually a practice from Mavoli. Yes. Ah, Crooked, thank you for the throw. I will take a sip of coffee now. Yeah, I feel like I should have clarified that because a lot of practice models will be free. But a lot of the times when you get practice models that are free, the person who's doing it both is an artist and a rigger. Whereas this individual is just an artist, but they do work closely with a couple riggers, and they do regularly ask questions to riggers. Like I've seen them even asking on like Blue Sky how they separated something specifically, because they're just like, huh, that's interesting, because they really want to make sure that their art is good for the things. You just finished making the art for your model, so now you gotta knuckle down and learn how live 2D works. It's a little overwhelming, but you're sure you get there? Hey, I'm sure you will. We're gonna have an ad break in like 50 seconds, so I will continue that conversation afterwards. But generally speaking, like, yes, it's a lot, but you just take it apart a piece at a time, essentially. And if you're looking for tutorials and such, I can totally help you find some, because I've watched so many in recent times. But yes, I can keep talking about getting started with Live 2D after the ad break. Which, during the ad break, I'm just gonna let this sit here on posing patterns and probably run to the restroom myself. So we will come back after that in a moment. Again, thank you for the raid, Niffy. I know you're already gone, and welcome in raiders as well. I know she had to run and leave, and if any of you stuck around, I'm glad to have you, and if you also had to run and leave, that's fine. But ad time. Alright, I am back. And it looks like the ads are back, or off, are done. Words are done too. Brain. Progress. Woo! We're back. Okay. Yeah, I understand the ADHD thing. For me, my problem is that, because I'm not diagnosed, I just know that, like, I definitely have some tendencies, but for me, I mostly get the hyper-focus, and, like, my problem with rigging is that once I start a project, like, I can't really do much else. I can't, like, play video games or anything, really. I'm trying to fall asleep, and I'm thinking, like, how do I want to do things in this? And, you know, I wake up thinking things, and I'm just like, can I relax at all? But no, I cannot. So it's kind of like a catch-22, because the other thing is, like, you never know what's going to decide you get to have the hyper-focus. We're gonna edit this so the default is 1, so that way it sticks to the bear ears now. Dink. Yeah. Like, I won't be at the computer, I will be like, I'm decidedly stepping away, because, like, another thing that's really important to do is, like, when you're looking, like, the hair angles here, I know our big ears there are in the way, let's swap over to the other ones real quick. But, like, looking at this right now, for the most part, I think it looks okay, but if I walk away for a while and come back with fresh eyes, it'll look better. But when you're hyper-focused, you don't want to walk away! Like, even now, like, you know, I just walk away briefly, but I think maybe those ears need to bend back even further on this angle. This way. This way, I think they're okay with how far they curve. Maybe. Maybe they go forward more. The other thing is, like, I don't quite like the shape of this part of the ear on the turns, because something about it just feels like it's moving too much, but at the same time it feels correct, and I'm just like, I don't know what to do with you. But yeah, we're going on the bear ears. That was the plan. But yeah, when it comes to the head and hair movement is so satisfying. Hey, thank you. I can't wait to, like, on one hand, I hate doing the hair physics just because it's so tedious to do, but I can't wait for the rest of the hair to have physics because it'll be so bouncy! I'm so excited for it to be so bouncy. Trying to cheat 2D as 3D is super interesting to me, and I'm really curious, excited to see what live 2D is capable of. If you are very much so looking into making it look more 3D, I would really suggest watching Mav's, Mavily, her classes thing. So she did, on Twitch, it's still there because it's considered like a highlight or something, and she did a bit of a rigging class, but it also kind of went off the rails and got a little messy because, after she did her X angles, when she went to do her Y angles, she did something incorrectly. I don't remember what. So she ended up, like, cutting the video after the X and then making a YouTube video you had to go to instead that only had subtitles to try and follow along on how to do the Y. It was a bit of a mess, but if you just get up to the X part, she does talk a bit about trying to think about turning it in these directions. Give me just a second to find her name because I think she's got, like, what's the word? The blank space thing afterwards. There it is. I'm just gonna give them a shout out. They'll be like, what the heck if they actually see that, but this one. That's Mav. And if you actually go, you'll see, like, there is rigging classes there. And I think it's probably going to be the second class, if not maybe the third or a bit of both. It's like the first, like, 15-20 minutes of it, really. She goes more into thinking about how these things should move. Because a lot of the rigging things will just tell you how to move it, where she actually kind of goes into how you should be thinking about the motion and how it should be deforming. Because again, a lot of the rigging lessons more so are only telling you how to use the program, how to use the tools, and like where to put things and, you know, how they interact with each other. And not a lot of them go into the artistic side of understanding how the motion should work. I never fixed this dang eyebrow. I'm sitting here watching how it's not moving properly because it's going upwards over here. And I think that just needs a distortion to fix it. Like I was just moving it back and forth to try to explain, you know, direction. And I was like, this is not in the right place. Okay, there we go. Because yeah, that was not in the right place at all. It kept moving upwards. And I thought I fixed that before, but I was wrong. No, you are still raising the further one. Something weird's happening there altogether. Thank you for the follow. You worked in animation for 5 to 6 years, so you got a decent grasp on things. That makes sense. But having to switch the mindset to flat fills and how those overlap and interact has been interesting. Yeah. Especially because, like, that's the main thing that a lot of artists who start with Live 2D or start trying to draw for it don't quite understand fully is, like, how to draw, like, the whole piece because they're used to, you know, this is under here, not thinking about the fact that this has to go all the way up there. It has to be fully rendered in of itself and things like that. And then also understanding how things clip in here. Because like another thing is like your blend modes, you have normal, additive, and multiply. Anything else doesn't work. And then I recently saw a thing that was actually going on, depending what drawing program you're using, multiply or additive, I don't remember which one offhand, doesn't quite work the way you think it would. Do I have that written? Like, because certain programs, it actually works differently. I saved it. Because, yeah, I think it's multiply. Multiply, I think, normally is fine. It's the additive one, depending on what program you're using, which layer is most closest to being the same. Because, like, Clip Studio is what I use, and Add Glow is apparently the closest version to what their version of additive is here. Things like that. Like, if you're someone who uses all sorts of funky filter or layered types, then you have to get used to not having access to all of those. Yeah, fortunately I draw with so many layers, so keeping things separated worked out well. Rendering things all the way up is very similar to character builds using symbols in Adobe Animate. Okay. That last part means nothing to me, unfortunately. Adobe Animate is not something I know anything about. I am not super familiar with most of Adobe's things, honestly. I have used, like, Premiere Pro for video editing, and I don't know anything about After Effects. I know it exists, I know it's useful, but that's about it. And yeah, so my model here in the corner, actually, I drew this myself. I'm not really one for drawing. I used vector lines to draw the lines because that was a way that I could do it more easily than if I tried to sketch it and just flat colors, gradient shading, essentially, and then a little bit of extra stuff. Pretty much just to practice how to do separation for things. And, I think it came out okay. I made a couple of these little chibi guys, actually, but, for me, it's the drawing side of things that's new whenever I, you know, decide to mess with it a bit. But the rigging part's easier for me, because, brain. In school, when I was, you know, in high school and such, which was a while back now, but still, okay, do I want to do these together? Because the ears I did separate. The bunny ears, but maybe I do these ones together. Basically symbols of the hierarchy parent-child linking system that links it in because everything... Ah, okay, yep, that sounds like it would be pretty similar to the, I'm on the wrong side now.
You don't see my face when...
You don't see her for 2 more days. Today's a Tuesday, you'll see her on Thursday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. So in 2 more days. Okay. But yes, over here. So this is our, like, hierarchy stuff, because, like, this is my deformer that has everything in it. And then I have everything for the head inside of here, because the Z angle, does my tilties for the head. But inside of there we have the head, and then we have the hair, the face, the ears, and the back hair separately in there. And then, like, let's say inside of face, because that's going to be like the face skin itself and everything that's directly on it. We've got, you know, our eyebrows, the eyes themselves, and inside of eyes you have the eyes individually, and then you have the outer eye for like the eye skin essentially, because when you do your eyeball left and right, you do kind of want to be able to move the skin a little bit, because, you know, when your eye rolls, the skin does adjust to it, things like that. While you have like the iris on the inside is a completely separate guy, which this is a good example, because here, this one, you can see it's linked to the angle XY, because that's motion changes for where the iris is placed when looking up and down and such. But below that, you have this one, which this is for the shape of the eye open and closed. But below that is the eyeball XY, because, you know, that needs to be underneath of the overall motion of everything, because otherwise it's going to be a problem. And then this is below the iris open, just because as the eye closes, it actually moves down. Yeah. But, like, knowing the order to put things in is, you know, mildly important. But then, like, sometimes I see people do things in, like, an opposite order of what I do, and I'm like, how does that work? Specifically when it comes to physics, because, like, here, let's get this pink bow. Pink one. Right, my XY is here, and below it is my physic parameter. Like, all of my physics-y stuff here is underneath of that. And sometimes I see people do physics above the XY, and I don't quite understand how that works. But, you know, it seems to, so that's good for them when that happens, but I don't understand, because that doesn't seem like how that should work, but hey. But yes, lots of things. But yeah, if and when you actually get started on it, if you have any questions, you can also ask me. I do have a Discord, but so does Live2D. Live2D has its own Discord, and you can ask plenty of questions there. I only recently realized it existed. VTube Studio itself has a Discord. I just never thought to, you know, look for Live2Ds. I was like, wait, they have one? Of course they have one. I just didn't think to look for it. Okay, ears. Bunny ears. Bear ears. Granted, I am not the most knowledgeable. I only started reading the beginning of this year. However, I am constantly learning. What I was saying earlier with the high school thing, I was more of a 3D kid, like sculptures and things like that. I took all of the 3D art classes, and only in my senior year did I finally take the standard drawing and painting, because I finally was like, well, I don't want to have no art classes this year, and this is pretty much all that's left that I could take. Yeah. So for naming things, you just want to make sure you don't have any spaces. Because the main thing, so even if you name something wrong, it's not going to be the end of the world, because if you look over behind my head up here, hold on, apparently I hit the 9, but let me put myself over here. But what happens is the name will still be the same, so as you're searching through all your things, you'll still be able to find it. It's the ID part that won't be correct. And that's more important when it comes to actually getting to VTube Studio. Because there's a lot of things you can do in VTube Studio that requires you to click like on the art mesh or know what the art mesh is. And if everything's labeled art mesh bunch of numbers, it's really hard to find what you're looking for. I think hyphens work. Nope. Because it's specifically the rules of the art mesh. Only letters, numbers, and underscores allowed. So underscores are a weird exception. So letters, numbers, and underscores. It can't be longer than 63 characters. First character cannot be a number. Act is reserved for template objects, apparently. I don't even know what that means. So I guess that particular thing does not work. But yeah. Oof. That is rough, but hopefully it's not too much. And then of course, you know, having left and right separated. Because when I make these little chibis, I end up having 3 separate save files because I have essentially really 2 that are actually important because one, I work in Clip Studio, so I'll have the base Clip Studio file where everything is still super separated, but still, yeah, I'm extremely organized with mine as well because I'm just like, I don't want this to be crazy. But I'll have the first one that's like the art thing where everything's still like, these 2 ears would still be on the same layer, and so if I decided I wanted to go back and change the color, I would go to that one, change it, copy that into what I call the export file, which is where I've then cut everything, made sure it's named properly, etc, etc. I mostly keep everything named properly in the first one. There's just more likely to be an issue in it because I double check it when I create the quote-unquote export file, which I then of course save that as 2 versions of itself. One is the Clip Studio version for me to keep editing in, but one is the actual PSD file type because it has to be a PSD to come in here. And then like the only other thing is like there's a limit to how many folders deep you can be. I think like you can only have like 5 folders deep. So that can be a problem sometimes, not often. So they didn't do it, but I tend to make one giant folder for like the entire body, like everything in it. And then this is actually a separate thing that I brought in, ignore that. But they've got head, body, this is a bunch of toggle stuff. This just got pushed back there because it did. But yeah, I think my only issue is knowing what to completely merge together and what to keep separate for fills and lines. That kind of depends also on how you're doing it. So for an example, on this one actually, I am standing in the way, let me move. You can see here that this actually has a bunch of layers for this bang. So this here, this piece, I can just hit S for solo. So this piece is just the color render, whereas this piece is the underfill. The underfill is actually being our outline in this case. I mean, clothing will move eventually too. This one doesn't have any complex clothing stuff, so it depends also on how complex you want to go with it and how extreme your motion would want to be. So like for the clothing on this one, everything is essentially just like one piece. They only do the underfill method on only like the front hair did they really do it, and certain other sections, because like back here, this piece of hair, it's all one piece. It doesn't have underfill. It depends on the artist and the style you're going for. You can do either or. You can have the line art merged into the hair, or you can do the underfill method, because the main use for the underfill method in this is, where's an underfill that I actually rigged to a physic? This one. Okay, so that's gonna be the section here. It looks like I actually rigged that one individually for a reason that probably has to do with here. No, it's up here. So by having it with underfill, this little section up here, let me hide, here, I'm able to control in the physic how fat it gets. So like here, it might have tried to be bigger, so I pushed it in more. And like here, I'm able to move the line so that way it can blend these two pieces together better. Because this here is a separate little bang. Let me reset to default. A little one. So this is its own little piece. So not having this completely outlined makes it so you can control that line a little better. And same with like a couple points down here, like this here is one piece of hair while this is here. Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many different ways to do anything that you can have a lot of options. But even if you're doing a mask for that, you would need the line to be considered separate or be very specific with the mask in order to make sure like the color is merged properly. I mean, I guess it depends, again, on the art and such. Because this is the only thing I've seen or worked with so far that uses underfill. Because you can also technically use underfill for the lines on the face. So this one doesn't do that. This one is just your basic line and your basic face base. And then, hold on, where is it? I've got the shading. So you've got this is a big gradient shading, and then you've also got this for the more hard shading. Which, so like this guy, when we turn this way, that's what's creating this here, because I just pushed it in with the face shading. Yes, that is the good thing about drawing it yourself, is that like you can change things a lot more easily than if someone just gave you a file and said have at it. Yeah, I don't know. What is going on with those eyebrows? It's like, I think the eyebrows just aren't moving over enough either. I'm gonna end up like redoing the entire XY of this. Okay, that seems a little better. But now what about this side? Okay. This side's still doing a raise for no reason. I'm gonna do that. Select it as well. No, okay. I don't know what's going on, but for some reason they feel uneven to each other. There's really no reason for them to do that, since everything else I know is reflected properly. I wonder if it has something to do with just like how the hair is making it feel that way. Well, that's now going way lower. Go back. I'm just gonna... Okay. I'm just gonna consider that. Nope, nope. Still driving me crazy. Okay, we're just gonna reflect you again. Yeah, it's like the far away one. Looks like it's going up on this side, but it looks fine on the other side. I mean, it looks like it's going up ever so slightly, but not a lot. What is happening? Alright, I'm gonna mess with those later. Or I'll be here all day, apparently. It seems like I think I'll have to turn off the hair in order to figure out what's going on with that. It's just driving me crazy. Yeah, that was one reason why I did decide to draw my own model and such, was because like I wanted to, one, have more things to practice rigging, and two, have a better understanding of how things should be cut. Because you can also have like an idea of how it should be, and then you go to work with it and just be like, oh man, that's not working out as well as I'd like it to. And that can be problematic. Let me save real quick. Oh, yeah, so how this one was separated, where like the line and the face base were the way they were, but then you had like the shading as two separate things. Let me actually open. Where is Snappy? Okay, yeah, Snappy 4. That's right. So this is the free practice model from Mav. So this is the one you would see in her things. But her face actually has, you have your face base, that is the color, but you also have the dark face base. And when you turn the head, you actually have the darker face base come downwards in order to be your shadow. Also with this one, the face base and the line art get connected to each other. So like you kind of work with all of them together just to first make your angles, and then you would go into your face space here and just like start moving it to pull those things. So this is the face space color, and then you have just the face space. They're essentially exactly the same piece, but this one's the darker color because it would be like the shadow as you're turning. This one you can see it's got softer edges because like when we turn this way, it is going to be the edge of this. And then the line art is its own separate piece. And the line art is connected, in this case, I have it glued to the face space, so that way they'll work together. Makes it a little easier to manipulate it. So you first make it so your face shape is without the shadow normally as you're doing your angles, just to get your initial front face, and then you pull that part back.
I need more juice.
You need more juice?
Yeah.
Oh man, can you give me just a second? Now, let me select all these child objects here, go into solo. I didn't realize the ears were in there. When you go into solo mode, a lot of the clipping stuff hides like this, or shows up like this for some reason, even though it shouldn't normally. Oh wow, yeah, I forgot I dented in the back of the head because I was having so many problems. I had a strong feeling there was a way to get that effect with two separate pieces, so you can have more of the jawline, but this is amazing. Yeah, so that's one way you can do it. I could actually do more of a jawline in the other one as well. So the way this one is, let me get into my face, because this is actually something I was thinking about earlier I wanted to do, because I just don't quite like how the face is. Okay, so let me first get into my hair and turn a bunch of it off, because there's just too much hair. This was something I was thinking I wanted to fix anyways. So this works. Wavy ponytails? What piece? Oh, I pulled those out separately. Where did they go? Nope, not that one. Right click, and you can select a piece of hair. Okay, there. And the ears can get turned off for a minute as well. Okay, so where's my face? Alright. So, face XY? Okay. So what I could do as well with the face XY, say I want to make this part here bigger. So first I would just pull this out to however much bigger I want it to be. But obviously the shading's coming with. But then I can pull the shading separately to go back. As they're just on separate pieces. So now that looks like a larger side piece than this one. The only potential issue is that this is pretty narrow. But for that I would just literally stretch the outside bit. So you can still achieve that same effect with it being more separated this way. It's just two different ways of doing it. One's essentially using an underfill layer for your shadow, whereas this is using more of a side bit. Which, yeah, like I said, I was thinking I wanted to do more with this. Okay. I think I want to do it slightly differently though. The problem is this has everything on it. So what I think I'll do for a minute, I'm gonna pull the shading out of the face shape. That way, when I pull this, the shading doesn't get affected. And then I can put it back in there and readjust it afterwards. Let me get the... Yeah, so I just wanted to have that nearby. So if I just pull this out a bit. Like I said, I did actually want to fix this. It felt like it was too thin on the sides. But by pulling that out for now, it's not in my way. And then this is all just like a bunch of shadows from the hair that I didn't turn off when I turned off the hair. Literally drew the 3/4 view with the shadow color. I mean, you could... So with, like, this one, you just would push and pull the two meshes until you got the 3/4 shadow you're looking for. Yeah, the other thing is, like, kind of work with whatever you've got to see, like, what problems you come across as you come across them. Just to, like, start somewhere, because, like, you can keep theorizing how it should work, but if you're not actually manipulating it, you might not actually know how it's working. Because the other thing, it is really weird with the shape of the face in general to figure out, because it is literally just a flat piece that you're turning into those curved shapes, and it is a little weird to try to get used to that concept. My child is yelling at me and I don't know why. Let's see, can I... Actually, hold on. My plan for this instead... Let me, real quick, solo... Man, that is a pain how that is separated, or how that is lined. This is fine. What I'm gonna do... I'm selecting just the outer edge of this. Since this is being clipped anyways, it doesn't really matter how bad this is about to look. We do that, grab this, shift and alt so it stays well shaped. Great. That looks stupid, but it's fine. So now, ding, it's covering it without moving the edge that was there. Yeah, so the only thing you might want to draw a 3/4 view for is like a reference, because a lot of people will make a little reference layer that's just the outlines to have the shape of what the 3/4 looks like, but you then just manipulate everything into that shape. But yes, it does sound like it's juice refill time. He's in the kitchen trying to open the fridge, so give me a sec. I'm back. And yeah, that's kind of similar. Because what... I can't remember their name, but there is someone's video who, when it came to reshaping the face, they would use the path deformers, and put it just around the face, and then they get their reference, profile, and just reshape it to that. Whereas if you were to try to more freeform it, let's go into this one. It should be a little easier for me to find. I say, and then I'm completely wrong. Where is it? This. Why is that off center? What is that? Oh my god. So this was the first model I rigged, and that's just a problem in itself, because this here is clearly not centered to the model, and that's a problem when it comes to reflection. So that would explain some problems I probably had with that one, and I didn't know it at the time. But here, for the sake of funsies, something you can do, I'm just gonna, doesn't matter, I'm just gonna drag that over so it's in the center. Okay, so if one were free-forming this instead, where is, say, the hair? There. Is there like any way to have your art show up as just lines, like a toggle, so you can see through it? I'm gonna say not innately. Like, if you wanted to create a toggle to delete all of your rendered parts, you could manually do something like that if that would be easier for you in some way, but innately, no, there's not a grab all rendered layers and make them invisible. But you can see, like, the individual piece that you're on. Like, this is showing me the deformer I'm on, but I think it's something else. It's Control D, maybe? Nope, that's not it. That just went up the thing. Control Shift D? Yeah! So that's a highlight mode that I learned about yesterday. Because if you hit it by accident, this happens. So this is highlighting everything that's inside of this deformer. Which apparently the ears are in there. That's fine. So if you were quote-unquote free-form doing this, so you don't have like a reference that you're going to, the way Mav did it as an explanation is, so the button I just clicked here, this takes us into what's called a temporary warp deformer. And you can add in a bunch of these extra lines here. Normally you would want to move this over to the X side first to do that. And then start, but since I already have something there, I'm just showing you I stayed here. But you'd move it over to the side you want to change it to, and then up here you can change the number of lines you have. And you can use this to kind of think about like, okay, so like the eyes are gonna go this way and all this other stuff, and like kind of freeform move it this way, but because there are so many things inside of here that are already keyed to other things, this is doing nothing. Hold on, let me find the one that actually has the line art stuff in it. Okay, so I'm just gonna go into this, just create one for the sake of creating it. Because that should actually move these things. Yes, great. So that's just gonna move just the skin here because I don't have the other things in this part, but you can then just start moving this and thinking about how the perspective would work and be like, I curve this to how like the face curve would actually move, you know, big forehead curve, indent the eye, nose area, back forward, this, etc. And you just kind of curve all of this manually to how you want it to end up looking. You also have a perspective tool, so you can just kind of easily do a squish and stretch on the edges just for like that initial flip kind of thing. Obviously, this is looking dumb because I'm just trying to explain what the tools are, not actually make it look good, since this is technically already rigged. And just showing how you could kind of do that. To use the default layout for your menus. Personally, no, I kind of went the way that Mav did it, because you can just drag and drop this little box anywhere in order to get things either stacked if I put it there, if I wanted it to be up there instead. For me, I moved the parts and projects to the right-hand side and the deformers to the right-hand side. I see a lot of people actually have them, say, like here, and I don't know if that's a default or not. So they'll have the deformers here and then the parts above it, and then just have this over here. But I personally do it this way because that's how Mav did it and that's how I was learning, and that's works out better for me, I personally find, because I like having both the deformers and the parameters really close to the art. And like there are times where it's easier to get through these lists if you can look at both of them. Yeah, it's more balanced. Also, getting to dark mode, if you want dark mode, does require going into some settings. Environment settings, I think? Yes, environment settings, general. You can't see that because it's another window. Hold on. I'm just gonna do this for a second. There, we're on display capture. Shh, just for a moment. Because a lot of windows don't pop up. So there's so many windows that pop up for this that don't show up because I'm window capturing. Yeah. But yeah, so file, environment settings, dark, light. So that one does not have to burn out their eyeballs. Okay, we'll put the window capture back on. The dark mode came out like, I think, if it wasn't this year, it was like summer last year. It was another reason why I actually didn't start rigging until this year. We are not saving the Schnappy. Schnappy can stay the way they are. I will go back to fixing this real quick. Okay, let me put all the hair back on and make sure that I didn't accidentally pull the hair, pull the head outside of the hair. Yeah, because see here, that's a bit too much happening with my head. I just wanted really the chin to come out. No, do keep that with this weird spread thing. Because yeah, this would be ahead of all the pieces below it, so just gonna pull that in and then turn the side hair off. I'm just gonna correct the shape there a little bit. Okay, so yeah, now it's just a little thicker. So then we're going to take that and we reflect it to that. Can I? Should be fine if I reflect it. Sometimes you go to reflect something and you end up with a lot of weirdness instead. Okay. And then up. I think I want to pull down these corners a bit more. Nope, nah, that was a bit much. And then this way it just disappears. This way though. Do I have more? Oh, I do have more face sticking out than I want here. You know what? I think we'll just leave it the way it was. Maybe I'll fix the up angles later. But I think it's really the up angle is the one that was driving me crazy. Let's just go backwards until I get the face shading back into face XY. Yeah, I actually took many notes myself. I actually have now a Chrome document because like there's so many tips and tricks I found on like Twitter and such. So like I've got so many links I gotta put in there. Yeah, you would definitely want to combine those colors at that point. If you still have like any like shadows and things to keep separated, that's of course important. This particular one, these highlights were kept separate, but it's still like a big section of them. So while this is 3 separate strands, the highlights are still connected for all of them, and I wish they had been separated actually per strand. Since the strands are already separated per section with the underline as well, it made doing this more complicated because I had to do the physics for it or the shine separate from the hair piece, just so that way it didn't look like it was bouncing off. Yeah, that is what I was saying before. You have your completely crazy separated art versus your, this is going to be what I actually export. Yeah, this is like the one thing that I was really like, why was that the choice? Because like this one, the highlights actually merged into this piece of hair. This one, I don't know what happened. If I had noticed it before I put it in here, I might have merged it into each of the pieces, because I would have had to copy it and merge it into each section, so that way, you know, this was on its thing, etc. But like, I might have done that beforehand had I noticed, because it's only with these bang pieces. Everywhere else, it's merged into the art for the highlights. And then our shadows, we have an interesting situation going on. So this purpley dark shadow there is its own shadow that is actually the purple color that I had to clip onto there. And then you have the like skin shadows are their own separate thing, which all of those are put into the same group. So that way the XY will just kind of take care of that along with the physics. I'm sitting in front of it again. That's the only thing, is I end up sitting in front of things of importance all of the time. But so I have the render, the underfill, and both shadows, since this has a face and the shadow on the hair, all in one place. So when I do the physics, they move together, because, you know, the shadow's going to continue to be cast by the thing that's moving. So the shadow will move with the same motion. But yeah, so I had to keep the bangs in here and like do a highlight group for all of the bangs in the same section, because this is a thing that just has all of them grouped together because all of those are together, but this is actually two different bangs. So they have their own separate setups inside of that, with the highlights being on top of that. And then yeah, I did the physics actually on the highlights themselves, so it was easier to mess with the art mesh, because like here you can see I just grabbed that piece and pulled it away completely, and then I smushed it in, since there's so much motion on that. So like, it was something I was able to work with, but I was just like, why? Why did this happen this way? And then another thing always to keep an eye out for when cleaning up the art is weird halo edges. So for some reason, I think it has something to do with the process that they did to make their underfill. We zoom in here. Let me go to model image, because on model image it shows you what it actually looks like from the art. You can see we've got this weird purple halo happening because attention to your Chrome document. I've never been good at studying, but I realized after going back to college a second time that rewriting things like a complete guide, tutorial, flowchart, it not only helps me remember, but also means I can hand it to anyone and they could understand. Yeah. So writing in of itself actually helps your brain remember things, because it just kind of makes you think through it an extra time, reinforcing the synapses, because like you write it the first time to get the information. Now you're writing it down, so you're thinking through the same synapses again. So it is literally training your brain to remember that information. So even if necessarily looking back at the notes, you kind of look at them like you only end up skimming them because you kind of remember what you wrote in the first place or why you were writing it, you know, that's still helpful because you're then reading over it and thinking of it a third or fourth time, depending on how much later it is. And for the most part, it, you know, still helps. And hello, Zero, welcome in, how you doing? We be rigging, and we also just be talking about rigging. But we've been just like talking about how things are done all the time. And that if you have a program like CSP where you can apply a border, you can find those little floaty paint fill bits and complete them. Yeah, but so this artist, I actually know that their method is they make their models in Procreate in several pieces because Procreate has a layer limit. So they'll have like just the head, in a layer. So they'll do like one flat reference for like the whole body shape that goes into each piece. And so they'll do a file that's just the head, and when they're done with like doing the head, they'll make a flat copy of it that's not all the layers to have as reference when they go to do the other things. So they'll have, you know, a flat head reference as they go to draw like parts of the outfit, and then they'll do maybe like just the dress, and they'll flat image that as reference when they go over to do like the legs and the rest of these pieces. I don't know how much they had to divide up for the chibi, but I do know that's how they work things in general, which I think led to a small issue where this isn't completely centered. It's off by like 0.3 of a pixel or something. Not like 0.3, but like it thinks that the middle is something like 2053.5, but the middle is actually 2051. Yeah, hair is the worst thing to draw. Like, with a little bit of experience I have trying to draw it, every time I try to make one of my little chibis, because I still have at least one more I want to make for my husband, it just becomes so difficult to do. And like, this was also just a pain to work with, because so this bunch of hair here, as pretty as it is 5 separate pieces of hair. And those 5 separate pieces of hair are going in completely opposite directions from each other. I'm used to much like straighter hair, like the alternative hairstyle for this one. As a hair swap. This one, gonna be super easy to do, comparatively, because it's all flowing in kind of the same direction, and there's only this big back hair piece happening. If I can click on the back hair. The short back hair, please, thank you. So we have the short back hair, and then we have, it's 3 pieces of hair as our mid hair. 1, 2, 3. So that way when we do a turn, the back hair is slightly rigged because I just stole it from another piece. So that's what's going to be here. It's going to move, it's going to have some wiggles, and that's going to be our filling section. And it kind of gives that illusion already here, as you can see how like this is getting more revealed. Our character technically has bangs, but at the same length as the rest of the bang goes like up first. I'm trying to visualize that. My brain has just failed on me a little bit. Hold on. I feel like I need to see a picture of it. My brain doesn't want to tell me things. I'm like, that one, my brain kind of fell. Or, yeah. Join the Discord. It's a pretty dead Discord lately, because, summer break for the kiddos, I kind of just stopped streaming and stopped existing. And I've only been back for like a month now. We're not going to a store right now, buddy. But yeah, cause like, so my little chibi down here, let me eat. Ooh, that's a little bigger than I wanted to be. But myself here, let me zoom in a little bit. So this hair, the front hair is actually just one piece, but I could have easily made it more. Oh, guess that's something I could explain too. Is how I've got like the little chunk of hair. Here, I'll just open my file. Let me put myself back in the corner. I'm just gonna open the file for myself. We're just talking about rigging as opposed to rigging. It's fine. I like talking about rigging. This is perfectly fine. There. Cause, so this is the front hair piece. I just made it one piece and just went a little crazy when it came to when I did the physics of Like, you can see that the deformer is losing its mind with separation and such, because I was just a bit lazy about trying to make that into weird pieces. Gonna work on rigging, that's okay. Oh, you're fine, because that's the other thing is that, we're about to have an ad. I'm gonna snooze it for just a second. That'll give us 5 more minutes. Because, again, this is just a practice rig. I don't have anything, quote-unquote, important to rig until my husband's art gets finished, because my husband is getting some art. And once that comes in, I actually have something important to rig. But this is just me practicing and kind of getting back in the swing of things since I didn't get to really do anything over the summer, and his art should hopefully be done in the next couple of months. Like, it could be done, like, within a week if they just suddenly pop up and go, hey, look, here's things. Or it could be, like, another month or 2. But anyways, so when this is turned to the side, you notice that I have this little piece of hair here. That's not actually another piece of hair. That is the front hair being copied and pasted. And then I put on a little multiply to make it a slightly darker color, and then I just pushed it in with this. So this is literally just that hair again, but pushed in to look like an angle. And so I just did that a little bit on these pieces, so that way it doesn't look quite so flat. Arguably, I should have like done it here too, but I think it got a little angry with like the shape of things. Yeah, that's something I saw on Twitter random things, because you can do multiply color here to get like a slightly darker color, because like if I wanted to I could make it some kind of blue color, and now it's like, you know, looking like kind of weird. I can just open it up right now, but otherwise, like, I would generally prefer not to get directly pinged a lot, but if you like do it once, I won't be annoyed. But I'm already opening Discord, it just doesn't want to move to where I can see it. And then I do have an art spot you could stick it in. Yeah. If you ping me once, especially because, like, you know, here we are talking and such. Okay. See what you're talking about. That. Because, yeah, you're talking about the Big Bang piece there. How is it currently separated? Is it separated at all, or is that just one big chunk? Yeah, like, especially if I'm not, like, around, a single ping would be useful. I just don't need to be pinged constantly all day long. Especially because, like, Discord kind of sucks when it comes to the pings and tells me too many things. My own Discord server, I'm more likely to just look at, especially if I see anything, it's like, oh hey, someone did something. But, like, there's just so many that I'm in now, that it's just like, Okay, so yeah, that's probably how you'd want to do it. So Roxo is an artist and rigger, but he's mostly sticking to art at this point. He does a lot of hair pieces where you have like the upwards part and another separate, like, I assume it's separate, like the shadow bit there. Yeah, that's never the best of plans. That's kind of a general rule of thumb for those things. But with the ping types. But let me move this onto this screen so I at least look like I'm looking at anything forward. Yeah. So your dark shadow piece, make sure that it is like larger than it appears at the moment. Because like I obviously I can't see the separation, but like you want to make sure that it does fill in the space below that to some degree. And like that should go a little bit to the left, because if that front lighter piece in physics moves to the left, it would expose there being nothing behind it. Yeah. So if, I'm assuming you probably know that at least and have some of that but already going on, but like that's the only thing I'd really be concerned with that. Otherwise, yeah, I feel like the way things are probably separated now is probably good. When it comes to how many art layers to have, a trick that I saw someone posted, let's see. I think those little strands down there are part of this. Yeah, I don't want all of that. I want just these parts. The cat ears can come with, I guess. Ooh, hello. That's not what I asked for. Hold on. I want through this section, H to hide it. So if you move your art just left and right when it comes to the front sections, you want to make sure that it looks kind of like smooth transition between it. Obviously, you'll have some more motion and such when you rig it. Like if you pull it over here and it just feels like a giant gap, because like here I've got like the lighter shading that kind of helps with that. If you, like arguably, I might have wanted more strands of hair in there to fill in the void. Dances in the void, add void, get that bread. Yes. I guess since there's two little points at the end, I separated it a tad for more movements, but I definitely put that on the Give me back my Discord. Okay. Yes, we are in an ad break. I knew it was coming, and yet I still forgot it. All right, are we back? Are we back from the ads? It tells me that we're done, but I know sometimes it's a little late on that. Where did you go? Yay, we're back. All right, so this is going to slightly apply actually to your 3 separate pieces. Yeah, shrink delay is a pain. Yeah. One of the reasons I actually run the ads on the schedule is because if you don't and it just you might think running with just like the pre-roll ads would be fine, but if you run with pre-roll ads, it will still just randomly play ads later in the stream for those people, because I've had it happen to me, especially if they had to like refresh or anything. But like I joined streams and I had people in my own streams being like, they joined and they'd randomly get an ad in the middle of the stream, but everyone would get ads at random points. So at least if you're running it on a schedule, everyone's on ad break at the same time, whereas otherwise you just get it randomly for anyone, and you just don't know how much of your audience is ever there at a time. Yeah, I dislike how much people dislike ads. That's where it becomes a problem. And like the management options we have for it aren't the best, and people think they're better than they are, and then yeah, that's why. Right, so what I was gonna say, so when it comes to figuring out like how many more pieces of hair you might need in a section, a trick I saw on Twitter again was just taking, you know, the front of your hair and pulling it side to side and making sure like it doesn't look like a giant gap. Because like here, yes, it looks a little bit like a gap, but I didn't care too much because again, this is a little chibi, but we have like the little bit of shading there does help kind of give it the vibe that like there's some depth, right? But you might see that and go, oh man, I feel like I actually want like another chunk of hair here. Again, also it's a ponytail, so it's more so seeing the ponytail come around. That's more of a thing. So what I would say as well, when it comes to your little hairbang piece, the piece that's further to the left, just grab it and drag it back and forth and see what that motion looks like for you. Because looking at it, and of course Discord decides to minimize as opposed to letting me drag it, and comparing it to the other thing, it looks like the bottom tip of the hair is behind the layer, but in motion you would think the top portion of the hair would come on top of the other one, especially since it's brighter. If it goes underneath, it's going to suddenly make the hair piece look darker. Is the only concern I'd have with that in motion. But again, they'll both be moving kind of at the same time, because you'll probably put both of them into the same physics parameter. It would be the best way to do it and have most of the motion be the same. But when you do the tip of it is the only time they would get some deviance in motion. So real quick, let's go into one of these hair pieces. So when you're doing hair physics, you make parameters for different motions. You have me standing in the way again, because now I need the parameters to show. So when it comes to your side-to-side motion, those are going to be our X motions. And then I have Y here for up-down. How you do Y motions depends on you as a rigger, and there are lots of different ways that people will do them. But when it comes to X, Y, it normally is pretty much the same concept of you're going to do 1, 2, 3, or top, middle, end, and you might go up to like 5 for like the longer pieces of hair, but like this is the general concept. So your top piece is going to be the motion of like the whole thing as if it was moving from the top. This doesn't have a lot of motion directly at the top because that is the root of the hair. That's not going to move a lot because that is literally your skull. And if this were to be bouncing around too much, that's when you get bald head. So the top motion kind of does like the whole thing. The middle motion, I rig it like this, where I like to think of it as if you are pinching the bottom of the hair strand and then blowing an air dryer through it. It's just the middle section trying to move. The bottom and the top shouldn't really be moving too much. Obviously, you want them to move a little bit so it looks like it's fluid, as opposed to like just jagged. So like a little bit of motion to keep it fluid is fine, but generally not too much. Some people though, they'll just make it where it moves the entire bottom from that continuing piece. Again, depends on how you like to do your physics. And then the end is literally just your end pieces moving. And sometimes you might do like an ends and then potentially tips separate, where you want to move just this little tiny piece here. So you might do ends where like it's the motion of the whole thing, but you might make one more parameter. Or here, let's just go ahead and replicate it for the sake of this argument. X2s. Air X2. So this one, if I edited this and I'd say tip instead. So I would then on that one be like, hey, this particular one, I want it literally to just be the fairy tip of that. Normally, if you're going to do the tip, actually, you would do it on the hair piece itself, the art mesh, because that's going to be easier to manipulate. So you would go like this, and you'd be like, I'm just going to push just the little tip. And then go this way, and just a little bit on that. And then you'd have just that little tip motion. And you could do where you have your big deformer here that does all of the motion for the entire big piece of hair all together. And then when you come down to the tip portion, do that directly on the art mesh for those two pieces. So that way it stays together and the separation doesn't cause too much issue in overall motion, but you can still get use out of those tips being separate. What buffer? Okay. So the bright one at the back is, there's a little bit of flaws and the shading is persistent. Okay, so the way that I'm doing these physics is actually, it's the parameters we have multiple of, but they're all blend shapes, which means all of them can actually go onto the same actual parameter. Deformer, sorry, that's the word I'm looking for. Where am I? Let me take me, I'm just gonna go down here. Don't mind me. Here, I'll come up a little bit higher. There we go. So you can see my eyes. Okay, so when it comes to the deformer on the side, I have one deformer that's for the physics, and that's underneath of our XY parameter, because this parameter gives us our X angle, Y angle, and Z. I put Z on a blend. It's just a little easier so that way it doesn't get too confused with these guys. Because when you do blend shapes are these square ones. So this green, this grid here that we see, that is the deformer itself. That's what we are applying our changes to. So when this moves, you can see that the deformer is what's moving, and the deformer is moving the pieces below it. And putting the physics on there, it moves this way. Because it's a blend shape, it will allow these to interact with each other based on it just kind of deciding what it's going to do. Through math and whatever else it does. But when you do XY, these regular circles, those are regular keyforms where we have to kind of manually decide where it goes. And we mostly do that for the XY angles because if you try to trust it to do its own thing, it's not gonna look good because it doesn't understand how a head angles. Because there's what we do at one point, you know, you do your X and you do your Y, but then you have to get your corners of those angles. And what you'll do normally is you'll synthesize corners. But when it does that, it doesn't think about the fact that your head is turning from the neck point. It literally just goes, okay, I'm gonna merge this direction and this direction, essentially just straight up and over. And so it just puts it here without considering the fact that you would actually be turning at an angle. So you have to adjust for that. Yes, stream delay is always a pain. I'm also streaming on YouTube, so like if you are like, man, I would like to re-listen to any part of the craziness that I've yapped about, it will be there for easy viewing as well later. Yeah, right. So doing physics on the blend shape makes it easier because you can use just one deformer for all of the physics. If you were to use the other type, you have to do a stack of deformers, which I think I actually did the stack of deformers for my first rig because blend shapes were new at the time and people weren't used to using them yet. Welcome back. Ease. Green. Right, I was saying, if you want to re-listen to any of this yapping later, I'm also dual streaming to YouTube, and I have a YouTube channel, so you can more easily find it there without the Twitch ad interruptions after the fact, whereas if you try to watch the VOD on here, you'll get those random Twitch interruptions. Yes, you do, any piece, be it a deformer or the art mesh itself, can get connected to the parameters. The main issue with doing anything on an art mesh directly is it getting conflicted with anything else that you're doing later, which is why if you do something on the art mesh directly, doing it as a blend shape is normally the easiest way to do it, except for when you're doing eyes and mouth. That is all directly on the art mesh because of just how fine of motions those are. So, but deformers go above it. So like here, we'll look at the mouth real quick. The mouth, the mouth, the mouth. Here we go. So this upper lip has directly on it all of these parameters here. So these ones are regular keyforms for the mouth. The rest of this is blend shapes because those are V-Bridger blend shapes. And don't worry about V-Bridger. You don't worry about V-Bridger. I'm just showing you that you can have blend shapes on here as well. V-Bridger's a whole different animal that you want to worry about another day. But that's on our upper lip. Above our upper lip, we have our jaw open parameter. And what this is for is so that when the jaw goes down, the mouth goes down with it. That's just so we can make the Doki vase. You have V-Bridger. Awesome. V-Bridger is good stuff. It does definitely make it look pretty, but that is a whole can of worms I'm not getting into right now. I can send you a kind of long but really good video about it, of rigging it in like an easy-ish way using blend shapes, because if you try to do it without blend shapes, no. But also the person who, not the person, there are two people who made V-Bridger, but the art gun was working on a new V-Bridger tutorial series. They got the first like 2 parts out, but the third part is supposed to be, I believe, the mouth and head angles, because they're including head angles in it as well. And they haven't gotten that part out last I saw. So that would probably be the best thing to use though once it's out, since like they're like the official V-Bridger person. But the one that I know of as well could be helpful because it's like one of the only ones I've seen that kind of goes over everything. Merely Wu Fei is another tutorial series on how to rig that is good to just get it done, in my opinion. If you want to really understand much of what you're doing, they don't explain a lot of that. They just go, so now do this, and now do this, and now do this. There's like some explanations of things, but it's kind of like more of a trial by fire kind of feel to it compared to some other ones that I've watched. But like, if you're just like, I want to get it done, I want to learn it, I want to do it, and I don't care too much more about it, it works for that. And if you've got other tutorials you're watching as well, it helps because the reason for that is literally it says on there, min yapping, max knowledge, is they're not trying to explain everything. They're trying to do as minimal yapping about it all and just kind of get you the information that you actually need to do it. So it does what it tells you it's going to do. It's not bad for that. It's very good. But if you are someone who really wants to understand what you're doing more, it's not going to be the only tutorial you need in your life. If you are just trying to have something to reference though as you're going, it's great. So like I used it quite a bit on some practice things as well, and it does go over V-Bridger in it to an extent. But an important thing with V-Bridger is with these blend shapes, there's a thing called limit settings for blend shape weights, and I don't think they went over how to use this at all in it, and this is a very important step to make sure it doesn't break on different mouth forms. Oh, the one I mentioned that did like a similar upwards hair. How you have like the upward section of hair. Because I remember I mentioned the person for the hair because they do have like the sections that go upwards like that. Yeah. Okay, that was Roxo. Very different art style from your own and mine that we have seen here. There you've got Rain. What's the word? Kind of like a, oh goodness, they're live. Didn't realize.
I don't like.
No, don't want sound. Don't give me sound. Bad. Yeah. Control C. Oh, there. That's Roxo's name. But yeah, they're currently actually working on some rigging. Actually, don't know what piece they're making an art mesh at this exact moment. Don't know what they're working on there. But if you check them out, you can see even on their own model, they have kind of like an upward swoopy hair, but you have like a base section as well. So just looking at some of their art might help, and some of their recent VODs might go a little bit into how they art that. I don't know if they keep it on YouTube or anything else like that, but you might be able to get some ideas in regards to cutting things for that from them. Especially because like if they do hair on whatever model they're currently on at some point, it would help too. And then here, so we had Melly, Roxo, and then I might spell this last one wrong, but it should be close enough to find them, because they're Merely Wufei. They did a tutorial series recently, and by recently I mean within this year, because a lot of tutorials you look at for rigging are 2 to 3 years old, and a lot of them do still stand up, but a lot of them don't use blend shapes. Yeah, Merely Wufei's video is like the newest series, and I think it got well seen as well. Because she also gave you a full body model to work with as well, and it's one of the only times I've seen somebody use like a full body model for their tutorial series. Brain. Oh yeah. And then like, so what I was explaining over here, so on the mouth skin itself, on the art mesh for it, that's where I have all of my points and such for my actual mouth forms designated and all the mouth movements, but then the deformer above it is still controlling it since it's inside of it, and will move it downwards for the jaw open. And then above that is another deformer that does the mouth X. So when mouth X goes to the side, it'll happen, but if I go down to the jaw and jaw open, it's still being affected by the mouth X since it's above it. So it's inside of there, it has to listen to that, but then when it goes to do its own job, it can still do it, even though they might otherwise conflict. I probably could have put these two on the same one because this only has 2 keyform types, and then this was a blend shape. But if this wasn't a blend shape, if this was also on keyforms, if you put it on there, you then have to essentially triple do everything, because you have to make sure it's correct at every single combination of keys that you have, and that can become a problem. So blend shapes really make it so you don't have to check every single section of every interaction. And then again with the physics, because they are separate blend shapes, they can be applied to the same deformer and work just fine. Oh, so yeah, my 2 Y motions for hair, I have S and B. S is for sway, and B is for bounce. Bounce being your generic animation bounce of squash and squish. You know, we're squishing up there and squashing. And the sway is just like when you think that should not be going into the eyeball. You see? And it's gone. That's because there's a mask blocking it. That's not good. I can fix that in a second though. Limited blend shapes, yes. So when you're selected on something, there is... Why does that not show up? Oh my goodness, hold on. Let me go to display capture for you for a second. Okay, also, why is my display capture like ever so slightly lifted, it looks like? Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. I get it. So this menu, yeah, look, now you can see this menu. It wasn't showing up before. But behind my head here, this limited settings for blend shape weights is what that says. Hold on, I'll go over here. When you click that, you get this menu, which again, you wouldn't have seen before. And this allows you to, do limited settings for blend shape. It's a complicated little beast that I'm not going to get into right now, but this is something that the Moki video that I was referring to earlier would actually show you. Oh, hey, that's the Discord. Let me close that and go back to the window capture. And hello, no. I feel like I'm going to say this wrong, but I'm sure I'm also going to say it just fine. Novelette. 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 I'm going with Novelette, unless you correct me. Novelette. But hello, welcome in. How you doing? Brain. I can probably quickly find the Moki video, honestly. But that would be something to not worry about until you actually get to rigging a mouth. It's not going to help you with like separation or anything like that. It's just when you get to rigging a mouth, it goes over all the things really well, and then gets into some more complicated things you don't really need to worry about as well, but you know. The one thing it doesn't actually go over though is actually a mouth form chart. I think. Because he does like a very basic mouth form chart that he doesn't actually explain. So where exactly you put things, it doesn't super explain. But how to do all of the rigging, it does well. Good, good, good. Yes. Weird thing I've recently realized when it comes to my own mouth, and a lot of mouth refs for mouth charts. Let me get this mouth. Give me your mouth. Eat. Okay. So your mouth chart is essentially going to be your mouth form and mouth open when combined. It won't let me combine it here. Because, hide that. So mouth open is obvious, it's opening it, and your mouth form is, you know, your smile to your frown. And when you combine these two, any mouth charts you have, each of these points is normally a section on your mouth chart. This here, these are exactly the same point because it's just like a little stopgap for me to make sure that, if it thinks my mouth is hanging open, it doesn't just start opening it. So this is just like a repeat section. So it's just these here, really. But I have found that for me, this dot ends up somewhere around here when I make an O sound. It was not supposed to be timestamped. It just did that. I did not mean for it to be timestamped. You just start that one at the beginning. Because I was looking at it in tracking, because here, I can go into physics, and I can make it do external tracking. There we go. And then we go into here to our mouth, and if I link those together, you can see. So when I make sounds, ooh, I'm over here, and puts me up here. And depending on what mouth chart you're looking at, some put U's over here and O's over here, but that's clearly not how my tracking works. And the other thing that I've noticed, see this corner? I cannot hit that corner. Not with VBridger. And anything else that I use to try to hit it normally means that this direction, the mouth form, actually is holding me too heavily this way. And it's just how tracking reads my face, which my lighting is getting a bit bad at the moment. But I can hit this corner, just fine. But if I try to hit this corner, You can see I'm just missing it. And that's a tracking issue. That is a tracking does not read my mouth in that fashion. And if I lower, because the other thing with tracking is in VTube Studio itself, you can change the sensitivity of the parameter readings, which is a whole different lesson, whole different thing. But if I change it to make it so I can hit the lower end more easily, well then this here is your default row, and instead of being on default, I'm further this way. And I could adjust the numbers and make it so I can hit down here, but then I'm gonna look more frowny all the time, and it's gonna make it harder for me to hit the ah. So I just can't make my angry face. And I'm not really sure what to do about it. I've tried messing with VBridger itself and the curves in it for both like input and for the parameter stuff, and it just doesn't help. Arguably, I could just shrink this entire chart, so instead of going to -1, it goes to like just -5 as a whole. But again, that's just gonna cause a different type of issue of everything being so close together, and it's just like... Offhand, I'm not sure if I've found any particular videos. I found videos comparing like iPhones and webcams and other things like that. Maybe Cutie Dragon? Because Cutie Dragon's one that has done a lot of comparison videos between webcams and iPhones, and like using the webcam standard versus NVIDIA versus Google Media Pipe, I think. She might have done a video on that. She might have also, in those videos or in other ones, done some random tips about setting stuff up. But that could also just be like a generic streaming question as well, because tracking requires good lighting and a good focus on your face. So general streaming camera advice might help to some extent, obviously not when they get into things like trying to make your background look blurry. Like, you don't care about that, you just care about it seeing your face well. Not super much, because you can calibrate it. So as long as you calibrate it wherever it is, it should realize where you're facing forward. The biggest issue is like if your camera is up high, even with calibration, when you look down, it's not going to be able to see your face as well. So looking down, you might start getting weird blinky things that you don't want happening, things like that. So as long as your face can still be seen well, wherever it's at, it shouldn't matter too much, and as long as you calibrate it with, because at the beginning of any time you're using your software, you want to look like dead at your screen with the most neutral of expressions while pressing calibrate on every program that has calibrate. So for me, I'm using an iPhone to VBridger. Inside of VTube Studio on the computer itself, no calibrate there because it's coming from the other two. So I have to calibrate on the iPhone itself and then calibrate in VBridger. I combined VTube Studio and VBridger to VTuber. VTuber Studio. So as long as it's not like crazy directions on that. I have a feeling that camera placement is gonna be my issue. Yeah, because so currently I'm using an iPhone, but I used to use a webcam that's still just sitting on top of the monitor looking down at me menacingly. But my biggest issue personally is I wear glasses. So getting lighting to make it so that we can see my face well enough without blocking out my eyes with the glare was a big issue. I got like a little tiny box light, it's like a Logitech box light type thing that's sitting on top of my second monitor, the one that's above. So if I look over here, it's up there. And the reason it's at that angle over there is so that way it doesn't just cause a massive glare on my glasses. It's above it, making an angle down. Yeah, the top of my monitor is a bit high. So is mine. And I did use it with this computer at one point for a while, the webcam that is. Because this monitor, it's on a riser, so this thing is like, this is me looking up at the camera directly. It's up there. But it still worked pretty fine. The only reason I would potentially have wanted to move it downwards is now that like occasionally I draw more often. If I were to ever do like a drawing type stream with the webcam, I'd probably move it below the monitor to make it a little easier, especially since like there's enough space with the riser situation that I could do that. But again, I'm using the iPhone now, which is on a stand that's kind of like at the bottom of the monitor as well. So that one's fine. But again, so the iPhone is actually at an angle to me because it's, so it does cause some issues occasionally with like how it angles me, but this is me looking dead at the monitor in front of me, and this is me looking at the phone. Monitor, phone, monitor, phone. Because I calibrate it, it knows that this is the correct direction and not the phone's direction. But it is on like a slight angle, so like if I go a little too far this way, it can cause a problem. Hey look, the squint. Yeah, it caused the squint issue because it thinks maybe my face is closing since it's turning away. Some people have a problem where when they turn their face, it actually outright closes the eye, because I saw somebody giving a tip on how to fix that, and I was like, not a problem I've noticed, but okay, good to know. Because yeah, Twitter has been great for getting the most random of tips and tricks on Live 2D. I learned so many tips and tricks before I ever started rigging just because it realized I wanted to rig eventually, and it just gave me so many things. And now I've gone to Blue Sky for that instead. Yeah, I have a drawing screen tablet as well, because I technically have 3 monitors going on. I have the monitor I'm looking at now is the game monitor, or in this case, Live 2D monitor. Over here is the OBS monitor and whatever other programs. And then down here is the screen tablet, which is also currently holding Chrome browsers for our lo-fi music and our Twitch backend and our other backend, YouTube backend. Yep. All of the screens. Wow. All right, what time is it? Almost 2 o'clock. Okay, we've only got about like an hour-ish until I have to go pick up my other gremlins from school. So we are going to try to lock in on these ears now. We're gonna just save because I have not done anything of importance here. Reset. Ink. Head angles. Okay. Where are them ears? There, them ears. Alright. So, these ears are definitely going to get individual physics. I'm trying to think. I think I do want to just put the 2 of them together. Let me move myself again. I'm going to put myself, like, down here. Okay. Alright. And then for this, we'll just move you a little higher up. Okay. Excuse you, I still wanted to be on my teddy ears. Thank you. So over here, the chat's in the way now. Let me scroll it up. There. So I'm going to put both of these into a single XY deformer and just deform them together. 1, it'll be a little faster. But 2, because of their shape, it'll be easier to do, I think. The bunny ears, I knew I wanted to do like extra deformations on like each angle. So that one I felt like I needed to keep them separated, but this one I think will actually be easier keeping them together. So we turn to this side. I have a shortcut for the number 4 on my mouse to get me into the deform temporary tools. I'm going to start with perspective. I'm going to make this side of the ear a little bigger and that side a little smaller. So ever so slight, but it's just a start. And then I don't think I need to distort on this one. Let's see. I do think the ears are going to go backwards. So if we press this X, that will get rid of our red box, which makes it easier to grab onto this part of the deformer itself. I think for this, I do want a smoothing. So this will make it so now when I'm pulling this, the deformer is doing more of a curve, whereas before with retained control structure, it was more of a sharp shape. I'm just gonna pull that back. Actually, I feel That felt correct. Feels correct. And then we can click on the deformer again to get our red box back, because the red box is easier for pulling the whole thing. And like if you do this, it's just pulling the entire thing. So the bounding box just contains it. The deformer itself is the more useful one. Okay, so here, let's see, hold on. So I think, actually, let's just do Alt-Shift. We'll, nope, not that one, just Alt-Drag, because I just want to push in both ends at the same time there. No, not quite. I want you to come in, but this side, I do just want to kind of push it instead. Alright, so the right one I think feels good. This one I think I need to pull this down a bit. And then I've also set up a shortcut for the hide selection so the box goes away. I don't think it does. I think I normally delete them anyways just in case, or I create a separate folder to just hold on to the symmetry ruler when I'm making my export folder, so that way if I'm like, hey, I just need that symmetry ruler for something in here real quick, I can grab it. But I don't think it causes an issue. I think I just delete it out of an abundance of caution. I think I want this to come up. Pull it down. I feel like I kind of want to do a little bit of a distortion just to tilt this guy down a smidge. Okay, yeah, I think that works. And I think otherwise this here needs something. I'm just not quite sure what it is that this needs. Let's maybe pull that up a smidge. I think that just feels like it's stretching as opposed to revealing. Okay. Let's pull this back, I think, actually. Let's zoom out. Again. So the right one mostly feels okay. I think this one just feels wrong. I'll do something like this, perhaps. Feels like this one is curved in that direction. So now it feels like that one's going too high up. So I want to go into distortion and pull that side down. Pull that side down, but I'm going to pull the whole thing. So the center there was getting a little odd. And then I'm going to grab just this half. Squish it. And then this feels too high up. So if I do put that back down, I think I just want to push pull these instead of just one left right pushies as opposed to up down. And I think that this also could use a curve. I'm turning this light back off. It is blinding me, and I don't really need it. Especially since, like, it's just my eyes. Okay. I think this whole thing might just need to scoot over a little bit. I think it's turning too much. Okay. That feels decent enough. Let's go reflecting it. Oh right, I still have the tracking on. Let's turn that off for right now. Because when we're making sections that don't have the other parts yet, it's easier. Input. Okay, this feels like it's growing, and it should be shrinking if anything. So let's push that in. Okay, that's another thing that's happened. That is pulling backwards, it feels like. I think that's because you need eclipse or ellipse. Ellipse interpolation. That word. Then we're just selecting half. Which you could fit. So confused. Like it looks pretty fine on this side, but this side just does not. The hairstyle is so asymmetrical that it makes some things a little difficult. It's an interpolation. Ellipse. There we go. Yeah, so that smooths that out. There we go. That's looking okay. I'm not surprised. Yeah, that was supposed to end around 2 o'clock. Hello, hello! Prophiscari would be the husband I was mentioning earlier. He backed a Kickstarter for French Crusade, which was an amount of money, but he has a thing for models, and you know, he's the one who actually makes money. So when he wants something, we do what we can to actually make it happen. Yes. Yeah, so that's what he was saying. We no longer have a bank account because that has gone through, because that was an amount. But I feel like he probably got that for like Christmas of next year at this point. Anytime we get him something that's like super expensive like that, you know, we're like, yep, that was your birthday present. That was this. So like I never have to get him any actual presents because he buys himself presents all the time. It's like, it's your birthday and here's a reminder that this box exists because of this. Alright. Okay. I mean, I do the same thing sometimes. I think technically my drawing tablet was my birthday present this year. Excuse me. And then, my Live 2D license was a quote-unquote business expense because I do intend to start taking rigging commissions in the nearish future. I wanted to potentially get it open before the end of this year, but I think at this point, the beginning of next year is the goal. I need to make a TOS at this point. I've got like the beginnings of a website started, but not quite there. Because mostly I just need, again, the TOS to be made. I think I've got like an idea for my general pricing points and things like that, but yes. He's back to work. Shift, so that has to be... Oh no, I don't want that. Okay, now retain control structure, because I do want that to kind of just go down. I'll pull this down as well, and then I think the whole thing's going to get shifted upwards a little bit. We're going too far. Oh, it's going to go a little more, because we got to lose a little bit of the ear. I think we're going to grab the bottom half of these ears, like this. Maybe we just grab the whole thing? Pull it down? Wait. I think, yes, I grab half of it. I pull that half down a smidge. Then we're gonna grab our sparkle brush. Do that. Ah, my neck. Turn that box for a second. You just need to come down. That's what's happening here. I think this needs to curve. That's it. How are they so different? Oh geez. Looks like this did not get pulled down nearly as far as it did on that side. This one, interesting. Tentacles. You have to come down. And I'm gonna curve this way. I think this. He's down. If anything, it almost looks too stationary. Like the center's pulling forward. Has to. Peter, don't get mad. It's fine. Okay. Alright. Let's do extended interpolation quick, that'll help. It's getting too wide of direction. Just do like that. Okay, good. Save, and now let's do the cursed fun times, making the corners. Give me that. Corner, synthesizing. Ooh. Alright, and what atrocities await us here? Doot. You do a little more. Let's go into distortion. Nope. Do that. Put this here. adjustments. 'Cause start that over. I think that was necessary. Why is that side fine? That one wasn't. No. Yeah? Why are you not? Why are you smaller? Child gets to be bigger now. You are on the line, yes? No, that was not the button. Okay, click the right one. Not quite where I wanted that, but it's fine. You did not end up on. Don't wear an as apparently. How do I have 2 teddy ears XY? Okay, no, I've got double XY guys happening here. So we okay, this one currently doesn't have anything or stuff. So I'm gonna take this guy. Looks like it's from the side. Okay. You guys get in there. Move you into there for a second. Take this one. That one's lined up. This one not lined up fairly. Take this, put it there. I'll put you there. You guys go here. You into child. Child is not centered. Gosh darn it. So you over there for a second. You here. Make you centered. Put you guys back in there. So now that's centered. There we go. That's more correct. Alright, turn over guide. That doesn't feel correct. Like that. Unless they wanted those. Yep. I still might be able to do it. Okay, grab those. Oh, why not? Let's go down. The down works the way I wanted it to. The up did too much. Probably isn't doing it. Hey, Blue! Welcome in. I hope you're enjoying your noms. And, yeah, I'm currently working on the bear ears. Give me a second here. Let me just... That's... I want to give it an export. Come this way. Like, maybe it should go forward? Go backwards. Once I finish messing with the inside of the bear ears here, I can show you a bit of what's been done. This one. Yeah. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe we don't reflect it. Go over this way. Maybe we just manually drag that. Okay. Yes, because I was trying to explain lots of random stuff, and I kept being in the way, so I just moved myself into the corner. Okay, well, I feel like the shape of the ears feels better. It doesn't feel as flat, however, now the location's a bit weird. I'm not mad about the blend shapes. I think I just need to fix some other stuff instead. Yeah, we've been doing stuff. So the hair pieces here, I mostly did over the weekend, along with the like bow bits there. I did a little bit of fixing of that early on in stream. And we got the bunny ears done. Obviously no physics on any of these guys yet. I want to get all of the ears and the bow done before I start giving them physics. I feel like I need those things to be more stationary so I can line these things up better. Yeah. Ears. Not quite sure still on that. Those. Okay, let's undo what I just did with the trying to reshape that. This looks mildly okay. This, not quite. I think instead of trying to do it the way I just did it, I need to do it a little more manually. Actually what I think I need to do, and this sucks, but I need to art mesh this manually. I didn't want to. Actually, wait, put that back. I might be able to at least keep the outside. Yeah, I can do that much. Put that one back. That's good enough. I really just want to be able to grab the pink intersection on its own easily. Come on, let me click. Yeah, another thing, I don't think I manually meshed the bow. I think I auto-meshed it because I thought it would be good enough. And it might be. Because like auto-mesh isn't always bad. It's just when you're trying to do very specifically shaped things. And like these ears, again, being a single layer makes this more difficult. Just let it be. I should have erased that row. The rest of that looks good. is there a random point out here? Go away. Thank you. Oh, no, I don't want to. My other issue is there's a chance this is not going to want to, me just copy paste the art mesh over properly. Because of the problems it's been having with the center of the piece being the center of the piece. So I might just have to copy paste the actual ear itself. Which, not that big of a deal. But if anything, it's actually better that way because then I'll only have one of these ears on the art mesh, or the art atlas. So I think I'll just jump straight to doing it that way. I love that I started off super not dense and then like I got really dense over here. Let me... Nope, not that. Alright. Ding. There's our ear. This ear gets deleted. This ear, Control C, Control V. Select it over. Ding. Actually, hold on. Let me get my other ear back. Control C, Control V. Reflect. Does look like it's slightly off. Ooh, it's kind of bright red color. Oh no! No! I accidentally undid my art mesh. I went too far. Ah, when I was undoing, I went too far and didn't realize it. Gotta do it again. I'll do this art mesh one more time. One more time! The other thing is by making this little section for making, I can probably do some extra fluffy looking physics, perhaps. No guarantees. It's possible. That's the other thing. Maybe I leave it flat here. Like, well, no, I don't want to leave it looking flat on this. I want it to look a little fluffy, but I want to make the motion of this minimal since I'm probably going to do more motion for physics. Oh, what on earth? I still have the bun shape, supposedly rigged on anything. There we go. Stop that. Yeah, that's not gonna work properly at all now. There we go. Alright. That way seems fine. It seems fine. Let me try rotating, reflecting that. Yeah, that's working better than it did earlier on the reflecting. And still though, the hair is in a different spot. Yeah, it still feels taller. Me down. Okay, we'll go with that. Select it, and then we'll just have to fix this again. No, this looks alright. Alright, so now our flatter. Oh, hello, what? What happened? Why does that look a little crunchy? Oh, lordy. I think the overall shape is fine. I think it's the fact that the inside's not changing the way I want it to go. Alright, let's save. Alright, let's do blend. Okay, that feels okay. Hey, Ramses, welcome in. How's it going? So, just this Y down shape as a whole is annoying me. On both sides. Like, this side seems mostly okay, but for some reason the reflected version of it just feels awful. I don't understand why. We will be ending here shortly, Ramses. Unfortunately, you did come in at, like, the end. But, it is what it is. We are gonna be wrapping up shortly though, because I'm gonna have to go and get to my older gremlins from school soonish. I'm just gonna manually grab this stuff and pull it around, because like a lot of this just is not alright for this you just go on over. And then kind of curve them. Maybe I should have done the ears separate, but like I'm sure this can work. It just doesn't want to. No, don't like it. Don't like it. I think I'm just gonna have to redo that off stream at some point. Oh wait, hold on, did I just make the corners? That is not what I meant to do. I just meant to reflect this. And I did corners instead. Those corners would have reset the ups. And the ups I'm fine with. The ups are looking okay. It's just down that's driving me crazy. Which I might go ahead and actually redo just the bottom corners. Let's start with this. Regular Y, because like this here, I don't like. And then this doesn't feel like. Corners down, felt fine. I think maybe it's these. Nope, no, not like that. I'll retain control stroke. I'll just grab it like this. I don't want to grab it that way. I felt like there's a better way to do it. Okay, don't do the uppers, just the bottoms. Okay, so that shape, I already just like a lot better. I hear you, buddy. I do. And you don't need that, though, so. Alright, well, that's existing. Alright, well, let's just make that start posing. Eyebrows do not need to be acting individually. But we have this. Alright, so while that's going, let's see if I can figure out where we might raid to today. Wait. Yes, I know. I need to end my stream. I'm aware. Thank you, phone. Thank you. You know what? I think it would be kind of funny, but we might do it. Neffy is alive again, and while Neffy had raided me earlier to go take care of some stuff, the fact that Neffy's back now, I feel like I should return the favor and literally just send everyone back who might still be around from that earlier. Which, doubt there's really anybody still here from then, but, you know, they probably were everyone back, but still, I can just return the favor. Because, I don't think there's anyone else on who is doing something I'd want to raid into right this second. By that I mean, like, if I was looking for another, rigging person, I don't see one that I would want to raid right this second. Dun, dun, dun. just gonna read Neffy. So we're gonna return the favor to Neffy and raid into the Neffies. I might mess with these ears some more off stream because they're still driving me a little crazy, but like, the bear ears aren't doing too terrible. Let's move that up again. Boop. Zoom out. Because like, look, going that way, the ears like just got like bigger for no reason. Yeah, they're doing some weirdness. So I'm probably gonna mess with the ears a bit off stream still, because we got some weirdness going on. I'll figure it out. Maybe. Maybe I won't. Who knows? Maybe I do the art mesh thing directly on the XY, so that way I can have more manual control over it, I think is what's gonna end up happening. But yeah, let's go ahead and save that. I should be live again tomorrow. I'm not completely sure. So yeah, might be live again tomorrow. I'm not sure just yet, but hopefully you'll see tomorrow. And otherwise, yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all next time. Bye bye!